3:31 का दीपांशु Okay. Okay, connected. Participants. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Good
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah. Okay. So we recap. Today's gap. I hope you remember. Mm, See, we are learning JMeter tool, which helps us. Okay, I think I have to share 1 minute. So today's our topics are this. I have given you on the day as a task to understand what is module controller, what is include controller. If you have gone through the documentation of JMeter, you might have come across test fragment. Okay. Okay. Anyhow, I'll explain you again. So to recap, we are learning JMeter tools features. We have understood why JMeter has provided such type of functionalities. Our objective is to create load, means we want to create more activity. We want to create the activity on our system with multiple users using single machine or minimum resources. So that is our objective. All right. So I will write that objective again. So our objective is to do performance analysis. To do performance analysis, okay. So we wanted to do performance analysis of the system. We have to create controlled activity. So we have controllers. Okay. With multiple users, with minimum resources. So what we are doing, we are recording the events, or we can say sampling the activity, not activity, sampling the communication between client and servers. Okay. So these are the main things. And we have to collect the data. Fifth is analyze the data. So we have learned many things to do performance analysis of the system. So we have understood we have to create controlled activity, means using how we have created, using threads, okay, groups, samplers, controllers, timers. So we have learned first, we have used some JMeter components or elements. So we have understood sampler. This is the main component, main element, okay, which creates, okay, activity. Sorry, which represents activity. Okay. This activity, we will create activity using a lot of other things, controllers, other we control the activity. So this is the sampler. We are learning in the context of with using HTTP sampler. So what are the components? One is sampler. We have understood timers. We have understood some config elements like header manager. Which header manager? Okay, HTTP header manager, HTTP cache manager, okay, HTTP cookie manager, and some HTTP defaults also, HTTP request defaults. So these are all config elements. We have used one user defined variables. And another set of elements are controllers. So we have learned how to logically, these are called logical controllers also. Logical controllers. With some logic, we would like to control what has to be requested. With logic, we can control, like with if controller, with while controller, with runtime controller, with throughput controller, with so many controllers are there. Using these controllers, we can control. Means what happens? There will be a controller. Under that, we can have samplers. Okay. And okay, we'll come to that. Now, I'm just recapping. Then we have listeners. Already we have used one listeners, view, listen tree. We have some assertions we will be learning. And we have some pre-processors and post-processors. Okay. These are the elements which we have to understand. And we have learned one JSR 233, right? 223, I think, 223. This helps us in adding some programmable logic. Okay. And this also comes under sampler only. We have used this sampler. Now, using these elements, okay, we create a plan or scenario. Using these, we create test plan, or we call it as a scenario. Okay. Now, before proceeding further with the rest of the controllers, and today we will be concentrating on post processors and other things, we will understand the order of execution of these elements. Okay. Because you know many of samplers we have completed, timers we have seen, you have seen some config elements, we have seen some logical controllers, we have seen some listeners. So we are left with these three. Okay. Now, so configuration elements, pre-processors, post-processors, timers, samplers, assertions, listeners, right? So okay, this is samplers, timers, config elements, controllers, listeners, assertions, right? Pre-processors, post-processors. Okay. Okay. Now, all this will work in the context of the sampler. We will understand this. Now, before proceeding further with the execution order and the scope of these elements, what all, which elements can become child elements for other elements, right? See, test plan child elements. Under test plan directly, you can add a thread group, you can add a config element, you can add non-test elements, means you have added one HTTP proxy recorder, that is the one, pre-processors, post-processors, assertions, timers, listeners, and test fragment. We will see this test fragment. Elements that cannot be added directly as a child element is sampler, logical controller, another test plan. So we know samplers can be added inside logical controller or under thread group. Directly inside the test plan, you cannot add sampler and logical controller. Okay, just anyhow you will understand. You will see that what can be added, what cannot be added directly. Okay, so I'll start JMeter also. No. Execution order of the elements. first configuration elements will be executed. First means when first? If the sampler has to be executed, before that sampler, if any configuration element is there in the scope of that sampler, that will be executed. Say, for example, a sampler, you will understand, for now understand, sampler. Before executing the sampler, if any configuration element is there, that will be executed. Then preprocessors will be executed. Then timers will be executed. Then sampler will be executed. Note this. First, before executing any sampler, like we have understood the timers. If you give a constant timer of 5 seconds, we have observed first 5 seconds delay will happen, then sampler will be executed. If you have multiple timers, one 5 seconds timer, one 3 seconds timer, one Gaussian timer, one other timer, all these timers will be executed, will be added, and the total time of all the timers will be executed first before executing the sampler. So first delay, then sampler happens. If there is another sampler, then again all the timers in the hierarchy of that sample will be executed. So first configuration elements, then any preprocessors, then timers, then samplers, then assertions, then listeners. Controllers and samplers, they get executed in the order they exist. Remember this. Samplers and controllers, they will be executed in the order they exist. Okay. So say here. See, timers, assertions, pre and post processors are only processed if there is a sampler to which they apply. If there is no sampler, if there is a timer, that will not be executed. So the sampler, the timers, assertions, preprocessors, and post-processors, they will be executed only if there is a sampler. Okay. Logical controllers and samplers are processed in the order in which they appear. I told you that. Okay. We will see this. So other elements are processed according to the scope. So we have to understand the scope. I will explain you the scope. Okay, we'll see this. See. Now, imagine in a test plan, there is a controller. Okay. And in the controller, so we are having one post processor. See the order. Intentionally, I have added one post processor 1 here, post processor 2 here, pre-processor 1 here, right? Timer 1, timer 2, sampler 1, sampler 2. So what we have understood, to execute, basically what has to be executed? Samplers have to be executed because samplers represent the activity. So our job is to create the activity in the system, in the servers. So that activity is represented in the samplers. If that is an HTTP sampler, we have to execute that. How they have to get executed? If in the same order, controllers and samplers, they will be executed in the order. But these other elements, they will be executed in the context of the sampler. Now, how this will be executed? To execute sampler 1, first this pre-processor 1 will be executed. See here, the order of execution. Pre-processor 1 will be executed. Then timer 1, timer 2, because inside the controller, this is the order. Timer 1, timer 2 will be executed. Then sampler 1 will be executed. Then post processor 1, post processor 2, then assertions, Then if there are any listeners, they will be executed. So after executing sampler 1 along with all these other elements, then for sampler 2, it repeats. For sampler 2, same. Before executing sampler 2, preprocessor 1, timer 1, timer 2, then post-processor 1, post-processor 2, assertions will be executed. Like this, for every sampler, all these will be executed. Remember this. Very important. Now, scoping rules. Some elements in the test trees are strictly hierarchical based on levels. Parent means higher, greater scope. Child means smaller scope. Okay, we'll see. Like listeners, config elements, post processors, pre-processors, assertions, timers are all hierarchical. How? We'll see this. Okay. And ordered as controllers and samplers. For in these controllers and samplers, how they will be executed? One will be executed. Then simple controller will be executed. Under simple controller, 2 will be executed, 3 will be executed, 4 will be executed. That is the order. Okay. So now, if there are assertions, for example, how many samplers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 samplers are there. Okay. For example, assertion, when this will be executed? In the end. So there are no config elements, there are no timers, there are no preprocessors, there are no post processors. Only assertion is there. So assertion 1, because see, this is the child of, I have told you, smaller scope, the child of 1. So assertion 1 will be applied only to this one sample. See the dotted line. This ends here. This is connecting only to this sample. However, where is assertion 2? This is connected to 3, 2. So assertion 2 is applied to sampler 2 and sampler 3. Means sampler 2 will be executed. Then on the response, this assertion 2 will be executed. We will learn this assertion. Means we can choose duration, how long it is taking. And we can have some logic, read the response, compare. Basically, we want to make sure we have created the activity which we are intended. Some other activity should not get created. So we have assertions. We will see this assertions. Basically, you understand this. Samplers and controllers, they simply get executed in the order. When they are getting executed in the order, if there are elements like listeners, config elements like this, they will be executed before and after each sample like this. Okay. Now you have one JSR 233 sample, right? Try to check whether this claim is correct or not. So what is the claim? Every sampler, when it gets executed, before that sampler and after that sampler, some other JMeter elements, they should get executed. So these are the elements. So it gets executed. This is the order. Please make a note of this. Just make a note. Anyhow, I'll be giving all these notes, but make a note, you will understand. We will practically test this. So controllers and samplers, they execute in the order they appear in the test tree, test plan tree. Others, they get executed in the scope of each. How? See dotted lines. 3 is in the simple controller. If some elements like timers or some things are there, they will be executed for each. Let us do this. Okay. Okay, for example, an assertion is there. Assertion, for instance, is hierarchical. So these are all hierarchicals. These are all hierarchical. Right? Note, parent child in the parent child hierarchy, all these will be executed, and controllers and samplers, they will be simply executed in the order. Okay. Now, so if its parent is a request, then it is applied to that request. If the parent is controller, then it affects all requests that are descendants of that controller. So here, this assertion 2 is applied dotted line. See the dotted lines to the controller, to the parent. So it applies to all the children. Very important. Many problems which you face, the behavior of the J meter, you can understand if you understand this hierarchical and ordered elements and the order of execution. These two things are important: order of execution and the scope, hierarchical scope and ordered scope. Okay. Now, one more example is there. I have created many slides of this because this is very important. Only controllers and samplers are ordered. So see in this, there is a test plan, there is a thread group, then one sample, one controller. Under this 2, 3, 4, 5 are there, and one timer is added here at this level, and one timer is added at the thread group level. See the dotted line. Okay. Now, how this will be executed? In this example, the requests are named to reflect the order in which they will be executed. Means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are ordered. And controller, simple controller, simple controller. This will be executed first. This will be executed next. So controller and samplers are ordered. Okay. Now, timer 1. How this timer 1 will be applied? See, the timer 1 is whose its parent is simple controller. Now, under the simple controller, 2 and 3, they will get executed in the order. So when we start from the test plan, first thread group, there can be many thread groups. So in the thread group, because one sampler is there, that will be executed first because they will be executed in order. Friends, I am audible. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this timer 1 has to get executed. This should get applied in the hierarchy. So if this gets applied to the, see the dotted line, all connected lines. Okay. So timer 1 will be applied to request 2, 3, and also this is, see, is connected to this simple controller. This applied to 4 also. So timer 1 will be applied to 2, 3, see the dotted line, and to this controller. And if you have multiple samplers in this controller, for all these, this timer will be applied. Now, assertion 1, this is child. Dotted line ends here. So this will be applied only to the sampler 3. Now see the timer 2, see the dotted line. This is at the thread group level. So this will be applied to 1, to the simple controller, all elements, right? And to this simple controller, all the elements in there. So this will affect all the requests. Observe the connected dotted line. Okay. Okay, this is a very important understanding. This is how the J meter is designed. Okay, so if you understand this, when you try to read something from some response, you should see that when it gets executed, before some sampler gets executed, if you try to do something with that, it will not work. So you should know the order of execution. So if something is executed, then it may have some response, then you can read the response. If you try to read the response before it gets executed, so you will not get any information. So understand this, and we do some practicals and see. Okay. Okay. Any questions up to here, friends? Now you create this. So let us add one thread group. This is thread group 1. Let us add one more thread group 2. So see observe the dotted line. If something is added here at this level, that will be applied to both the groups. See, for example, if I add a config element HTTP request default, see the dotted line. If I add one config element HTTP default, so this is added. See the dotted line. This applies to all the requests inside this group 1. This one, this I say global. This I say this is thread group 1. So thread group 1 config element applies to this thread group. This will be applied to both thread group 1 and thread group 2. Now, inside this, let us add one controller, simple controller. Okay, control C, another controller. Okay, so this is controller 1, controller 2, controller 3. See, in the test plan, we have a setting for these groups. To run these groups parallelly or sequentially. Run thread groups consequently, one at a time. Here, if you choose this, thread group 1 will be executed, then thread group 2 will be executed. If you uncheck this, thread group 1 and thread group 2 both will be started parallel. That is the setting there. Okay. So we will see this tear down and other things later. So now, see, I will add one more controller here. This is 4. Now, this group and this group are two different groups. Okay. If we start this test plan, so if I choose this unchecked, these two groups will be started parallelly. Both are two different groups. We send one group to Hyderabad and another group to Chennai. We have given them the script. This is the script. So in the script, we will be having the instructions, what they have to perform. We also provide them the data, for example, login data, credentials. And according to the script, they will be executed. They will not have any connection with other users. All are individual users. Simply, they will start executing. So Chennai group and Hyderabad group, In Chennai group, 10 users, in Hyderabad group, 20 users. All will be executing parallelly. All may start at 9 o'clock. Depending on the resources, bandwidth, network bandwidth, they will get responses in different timings. And depending on the familiarity of those users with the application, they will interact with the application in different timings. Even though we have started all the users exactly at 9 a.m., they will be performing different activities. So randomly on the system, different combinations of the resources will be getting utilized. So when we measure something, time taken for something, some withdrawal, that withdrawal time, if it has taken 10 seconds, that 10 seconds is because of the availability of the resources by the different combination of the activities by Chennai group and Hyderabad group. This clarity you should get. Okay. So two different groups, different activities, different controllers, different timers. Okay. Different logic, programming logic, many things. So with JMeter, we can create that type of scenario. We have learned scenario means parallel activity. So with JMeter, we are creating a script. We are creating a plan to create the activity in the systems. So when we create the activity, when the activity is running, we measure something. So the time taken for any activity is indirect measurement of the availability of the resources. So I'll write this. So under load means parallel different activities. Okay. Under load, when we measure simple measurement, simple timing, right? Using a clock, simply. So we start a clock, we start performing the activity, and we end the clock. The time taken for this. Okay, this is the response. This may include many other timings, right? Connection time, latency time, downloading time, load time, so many things. This is the response. When this has happened, when load is there, for example, some 100 users performing login, log out, okay, some file uploads, record manipulations in database, something, and withdrawals. When all these activities live with 20 users, 10 users, 5 users, right? Another 30 users, another some 30 users, 35 users, 25 users, right? So something I have not counted, something 100 users. So when this activity is happening, you measure the time. This is the time. So this time measured is indirect measurement of resources availability. If time taken is more, some resource is not available. If time measured is less, some resources are available. Now question comes, why resources will be available, why resources will not be available? That is because there are other parallel activities which are consuming resources. Our job is to find when we measured, say, between 9 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. Okay, we repeatedly measure. Okay, we repeatedly collect the data. Means we will not measure only one time. When this activity is happening continuously from 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., we measured the time. So the time, say the average time for this might be some 5 seconds. Sometimes it might have happened in 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So if you plot from 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., so this is the time, say 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. So if this is happening like this, means here it took 4 seconds. Here it took 2 seconds. Here it took something 3 seconds. Here it took some 8 seconds. Here it took again some 4 seconds. Here it took around 4 seconds. Here it took, sorry, of course, we are interested up to 9:30 from 9 a.m. So this is the time series data. So, and this 4 is not single users, because we are running how many users for data collection? Say, let us say 100 users load, and we are having another group which is running, say, for example, 30 users measuring time in another group, right? Or in the same group, in the another group. So 30 users, they are measuring the time parallelly when 100 users are performing this activity parallelly. All are in loops. We use a controller, runtime controller. We ask them to run for 30 minutes. So all these will go in loop and loop. Somebody will log in, log out. Somebody will be log out, then log in. Somebody will be file uploading, then some record manipulations, withdrawals. All this will happen parallelly during this time. We also measure. So at any point of the time, there is a chance that more number of users may have completed the transaction and reported. So these points are average of some period. Okay, anyhow, I'll explain you. You have to understand what is a graph also. So you remember in schools, we have learned how to plot. So this is the origin. So this is the y-axis. This is the x-axis. For us, this is the time. This is the time, or I have to use the time. Okay, this is the duration. Okay, now say 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, like this. So this is at say 9 a.m., 9:05, 9:10, 9:15, 9:20, like this. So, okay. 9:30 a.m. So what is the granularity? Granularity is 5 seconds. We can increase this or reduce this. We can have a granularity of 10 seconds also. We can have a granularity of 2 seconds also. What does this mean? We are collecting the data. So we all started at 9. How many? Some 100 users load and 30 users transaction collectors, transaction timers. All we have started at 9 a.m. All we have started. So immediately we cannot start the clock. These 30 users also, they have to log in, they have to do some things, then they will reach to the withdrawal. They have to fill some forms, PIN numbers, so many things. So somebody who has started this clock at 9:05, they might have completed in 8 seconds. Okay, so somebody who started the clock here, if they have completed in 8 seconds, means they will report at 9:13. At 9:13, 8 seconds, something like 8 seconds. 8, 9, 10. So it will plot like this. So not only one, the other guy also started, right? Many 30 users started. So somebody might have completed in 3 seconds, the withdrawal. So at 9:08, somebody might have reported like this, 3 seconds. Now, not only one, 3, 4 users, they might have completed in 4, 5 seconds like this, in 4 seconds. Some have completed, many have completed in 4 seconds, right? And others might have completed in 3 seconds. See, so if you actually plot like this, the graph will be like this, zigzag, zigzag. If you reduce the granularity, if the granularity is less, your graph will be like this, because more points you will plot in the shorter duration. But if the granularity is increased, it means all the data which is collected during that granularity period will be averaged and 1 point will be added. Say, for example, during this granularity, I collected 3, 3, 4, 5, 3, 3, 2, 1. So all this average, okay, average, when during this period I have collected. So average might be around 3.5. 3.5 will be added. Not here exactly. At 9:15 it will be added. 3.5 means all the data which is collected due from 9:10 to 9:15 will be added here. Okay. Okay. I deviated because this is analysis. So this is how we look into the graphs. There are different types of graphs. Okay. We'll come back to this when we learn. Of course, it's a right time only. We are collecting the timers. You have to have that imagination, how the users will get executed, how the data is collected, and how the data is presented to you. Okay. Okay. This is visualization. Okay, no problem. We'll see this. Now, okay. Now, see, I'm having these controllers. Under this, I will add sampler. Sampler 1. I just copy this. This is another where it got added. sampler 1. Oh, sorry. Samplers are getting added. See, I copy this, copy. Now there are two requests. I can have another controller in this. I want to group, so I have controllers. Okay, this called subcontroller. Under this, I can have another sampler. So this is 3. This is 2. Now what our learning is, if I run this, these thread groups, they will be executed according to the setting, parallelly or sequentially. Say, let us not consider this. Okay, let us disable this now, for now. Now, so when we run, this thread group will be executed. So what actually have to be executed? Requests. And these samplers are grouped in controllers. So which is the first sampler in the hierarchy? This is the controller, simple controller 1. So this will be executed. Okay, then see, now like this. Simple controller 1 will be executed. Simple controller 2 will be executed. Simple controller 3 will be executed. Now first simple controller 1 should get executed. So in this, because this goes in order, so controllers and samplers, they go in the order of appearance, in the order. So we enter into it. Request 1 will be executed. Request 2 will be executed. Finish. Then we come out of this. Then this will be executed. Then this will be executed. If you have here, something like this, 4, 5. So like this, Control B. I will add one viewer, listener. Let us execute this. Where I have added this. So this is at the thread group level. Now start observing the dotted lines, the hierarchy under which it is added. Now let us run this. Okay, elements order. Of course, let it be, because we have not added anything. So how it is getting executed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let us change the order. This I am pulling up here. Now run. One, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5. Why? In this 6 is there. Okay. So this is the order. 1, 2. Where is 3 here? 3. Then 6. Sorry. 6. Then 4, 5. Check this. Create a scenario like this. So first, before creating the scenario, your objective should be clear. Just like that, blindly you should not add controllers, because last 5 days we added, because at that time our objective of learning was different. Somewhere we added, we were learning something. Now, because we have understood the order of execution, the hierarchy, still we are learning the hierarchy. So you have to have an imagination what to execute first, what to execute next. Right? The order is important. And when you execute some config elements, they will be executed in the context of the sampler. Add this, I will give more inputs. Do it fast. You know how to add, but I am asking you to first imagine what you wanted, what you want to see here in the results. Based on that, you add and move up and down and see how they are getting executed. And you also add timers and see how they are adding, and applied to the request. Also add timers to the at different levels. Add timers also at the different levels, and see how they are getting applied. Because you are testers, I am expecting, I am claiming something. Check whether that applies correctly or not. Because how the timers will get applied? First timers, then the requests. So first order of the samplers and the controllers. Then after that, for every request, timer will be added. Do it quickly. So apply timers at different levels. So now, if I apply, I'll do one thing. I will make the order correctly. So this is one. So I'll pull it. So 1, 2, 3 order. Now, if I apply a timer at the thread group level, constant timer, I will add some 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Now see the dotted line. This applies to all the controllers. Now, when HTTP request has to get executed, first 3 seconds, 2 seconds delay will happen, then it will be executed. Let us observe this. See, 2 seconds, then it will be applied to all. Observe this. Now, if I add one timer here, now this applies to, sorry, I will add to only here. Okay, I will have added. So it is at the controller level. Okay, so there is one constant timer. Okay, expand this. Okay, now I take this. So I have added, no, not here. I want to add here. See, I am expand. I want to do something according to sample controller 1. So I have added at this level. Okay, correct. So this applies to, see the dotted line. This applies to this sub level and also this level. And one constant timer is applied for all at the thread group level. So if I add this, another 3 seconds. Now, before executing every request, in the hierarchy, one constant timer is there and another constant timer is there. So this is 2 seconds, this is 3 seconds. Total 5 seconds will be applied to controller 1, controller 2, up to 3. So what is there in this controller 2, 4, 5? So I will remove this and okay. Okay, simple controller 1. Okay. You have to practice this moving, dragging, right? Say, I wanted to make this one here, 2 in between, because they get executed in the order. Okay. So hold and drag. I have added here. So you practice this, okay? I have added here. So when you hold this and drag, you will get one gray line. Okay. So you have to follow that. See, I want to have 1, 2, and 3. Then 2 should be somewhere here. I'm dragging. 2 like this. Practice, huh? So now constant timer applies to all 1, 2, and 3. Inside 1, there is another constant timer. Inside this one, sub controller is there. So 1, 2, and 3 requests. 1, 2, and 3 should have 5 seconds timer. This is 2 seconds and this is this one. And for others, 4, 5, and 6, it should be only 2 seconds. Let us see this. Five seconds. The last one are quick. 5 and 6 are quick. 4, 5 and 6 are quick. 1, 2, 3 took 5 seconds. The others took 2 seconds. So first timer is getting calculated. What is the hierarchy? Okay, what is the hierarchy? This is the hierarchy. You see here. First configuration elements, then preprocessors, then timers, then sampler. So before executing the sampler, if there are these 3 configuration elements, preprocessors and timers, they will be executed in this order. So first config elements, preprocessors and timers, then sampler. So if you have multiple samplers, for each sampler, this whole execution order will go. For every sampler, all will be executed. I think you understood. So practically you do this, you will understand. Create. Any questions up to here, friends? Very important topic. The execution order and the hierarchy. And you have to practice that dragging and placing the request, because those which gets executed in the order, they have to be in the order. Okay. To move up and down, there is no soft key also. You have to practice using cursor only. Okay. Do it. You have to observe that line. Understand this, friends, because I think we have many topics today. I'm explaining you the scope and execution order part. Okay. This too we are understanding. So we will understand quickly this module controller for each controller also. Then we go for post processors today and understand the regular expressions. And also we understand how to config a external data file, and we can pass the data. We will see some post methods of HTTP and post processors. We'll see. We'll see this. First, finish this. Do this exercise quickly. You are following, friends, right? You have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Mastan, I want to ask, is it for just the simple controller or all the controller types like
Any
random
controller,
support?
any controller, any controller.
Okay.
Because controllers are same, like if controller, whatever the order is in the appearance. How in the order of appearance it will come, right? What is your question? I just answered something. What is your question?
But you answered correctly. I was asking, as you said, it executes in the order. So I was asking, is it
Yes,
for the
for
simple
all
controller
controllers,
only or
controllers
all
only.
the type of controllers?
Yes, controllers and samplers, they get executed in order. Other elements, they execute in the scope of that element. Basically, the hero here is the sampler. For executing any sampler, if any in the scope, if any config elements are there, preprocessors are there, timers are there, they will be executed first. After that, post processors, assertions, listeners will be executed. Okay. Yeah. And do this practically once and check. Madhu class lo. Hello. Have you done this? Finished this? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. All you try now, once you will understand what is this dotted line means, what is the hierarchy. Very important. So you have to understand this tool in such a way that after the training, you should be able to configure some scenarios and collect the data. Leave aside the analysis part that requires many inputs, knowledge of the technologies, the design, system, protocol, so many things. Okay. But the objective of this training is you should be able to create a scenario and collect the data, give those results to the analyst. So he will analyze and he may give you some other instructions. Okay. So we are understanding this, right? Okay. Now there is one request defaults. This request defaults also will be applied to all the requests. You should not understand this. This will be executed only once. This will be executed for all the requests. Like the timer is getting executed for all the requests, config element will be executed for all the requests. Okay. So now we can do more exercises, but we'll proceed further. Sessions we will learn. So I have used a timer element because I can see the effect. Now I can give an exercise to use some JSR 223 something. Add, see, one sampler. You can add at various levels and see how that will be executed. And one more thing, these timers will be executed only if there is a sampler. For example, this constant timer is there. If I remove this HTTP request 1, request 2, this will not be executed at all. Because this timer as such directly, it will not get executed. See, for example, if I remove this, disable and disable, timer I have not disabled, but see, what is here? Of course, you may. Okay, there is a timer here. Okay, one timer. This timer now will not be executed for this request. Means, okay, I'm trying to explain you that if there is a request sampler only, this constant timer will be executed. Okay, so in another way, I will explain you in another way. Enable. Now this constant timer will be executed for every request. Right. Now, if this request is not there, disable, disable, disable. Now, controllers I have not disabled, right? So there are no requests. So this constant timer will not be executed at all. Controller is there, controller is there. So this constant timer will not get executed for the controller. Controller is for grouping and for some other purpose. This will be executed only in the context of the sampler. Now this sampler is disabled, this sampler is disabled, this sampler is disabled. So this will not be executed. Okay, see, this will not be executed at all. I'll run this. Let us see. The 3 seconds will not be there, 2 seconds only. Like 4, 5, that's all. 6. These are, what is the timer? 2 seconds. Because this didn't got executed at all. Because in the context of this, in the hierarchy of this timer, there is no sampler. Okay? This timer, this timer's dotted line is not connecting these requests. These are inside this. That is the thing. Okay. So we'll move to the next topic. I gave you this exercise to understand what is module controller, what is include controller. Have you done this? You understood what is module controller and what is include controller? Okay. You should have tried, because you have to understand the help also, because the source to understand JMeter is the open source tool. So we have to only understand there is no vendor. Of course, the Blazemeter provides us with many articles and inputs to use JMeter, because he provides the cloud environment to run JMeter tests. Okay, so you can get more information about these JMeter updations and third-party plugins from Blazemeter. Okay, but the source of the information for Blazemeter also is the JMeter documentation. And to understand, you have to understand by doing practicals. So first, to do practicals, you have to have the imagination of what type of activity, what type of control over the activity you want to create, right? So, okay, I understand. We were learning on last Friday the controllers. We have understood if controller, we have understood while controller, we have understood the nature of the logic. That by default in if controller, JavaScript will be executed, or you can change that by considering it as a variable to run JavaScript, Groovy, and other functions. But in while controller, you have to always specify the function, evaluate the variable. I think just I just on this. Just to recap. So in the if controller, you have added. Why I have added underscore JavaScript? Because I want to interpret this as a variable. If I remove this, then directly I could have used dollar my count is equal to 3, because by default it interprets as a JavaScript. But JMeter from 5.0, I think it is recommending to use this one, interpret condition as variable expression. For performance, it is advised to check interpret condition as variable expression and use this Groovy evaluating to true or false, or a variable that contains true or false. Okay, I can use the variable which is having true or false. So this is what we have learned, right? See, if there is a string comparison, both sides you have to include the double quotes. These things you will miss. Remember. Anyhow, I will give you all these scripts. Okay. So you note these points, you can refer. So even this variable $CT is variable. But to compare strings, you have to include double quotes on both sides. And multi conditions also. And ampersand and the pipe characters you can use. Okay. So in the while controller, there is a while controller also. While controller. Here, there is no such thing like by default it executes JavaScript. So always you have to specify using these functions. And JavaScript camel case underscore and double underscore is to refer to functions. To refer any variable, we have to use dollar curly braces. And to refer functions also we use dollar curly braces. To refer to function, we have to use underscores. We will see tomorrow many functions. Okay. So JavaScript, small java, camel case. Groovy is single word. So we simply use groovy. This is two words. So you have to use camel case. First word small letters, then starts with second word starts with the capital letters. Okay. Now, like this, we have seen many controllers. And we have understood controllers controls the activity. Controllers controls the activity means we can group the activity inside a controller. We started our learning with simple controller. It will not do anything. It will only group. Then one runtime controller, only once controller, throughput controller, if controller, loop controller, while controller. Now we see module controller. One thing you have to understand, we are creating this scenario on somebody's instructions. And we run the scenario and collect the data. And we need different activities. Between 9 to 9:30, I will run some activities. Between 9:30 and 10:30, I will run different activities. So somebody who analyzes may ask us to run in different ways. So we can have a test plan. In that, we can create reusable test plans simply. Okay, reusable controllers. They are simply here test fragments. So under test fragments, we can have the activities. So in other module controllers, we can call those test fragments. Basically reusable functions, reusable activities. Okay, now let us do this. Right click, add threads. Right click, add. You can see here one test fragment. Test fragment. See, I have added at the test plan level. I can add inside the thread group also test fragment. This is one test fragment, test fragment. Now in this, I add one simple controller. Another simple controller. So this I name as login activity. This I name as logout activity. This under this I will add another simple controller. This I add as some withdrawal. Okay. So now under this controller, like I can add other samplers, I can add another logical controllers, I can add timers, pre-process, post-processors, listeners. So I can group. Okay. So see, I can add sampler, HTTP request. Okay. www.blazedemo.com. Okay. I have added in the login Blaze. Okay. In the logout something like this. add sampler. I'll copy this, copy, add, paste. Simply I change this to Blaze logout. Like this, add, paste. I name this as withdraw amount. Something like this. Of course, same. Now, if I execute this, nothing will happen. See, I can add one listener here at this test plan level. At this test plan level. Okay. I run this. Let us name this as nothing will happen. See? Because these test fragments have to be called from a module controller. Do one thing. I will add one module controller. Directly I can add, I cannot add, right? Logical controllers are not available. So here in the thread group only, I add one module controller. Now see, when as I added, I can have multiple module controllers. So in my test plan, okay, in my test plan, now I can control what I want to add. I will add one login part. And I also add this login. Or I can control this whole test fragment I want to execute. This is one module controller. Module controller 1. I will add another module controller. Okay. Now, see, in this, I will add this fragment. So this is running this test fragment, login, logout, or I could have used it also. So this will execute this test fragment. This will execute login. This will execute this one. Whole thing. Now, if I run this, this is how it gets executed. So basically, I can have multiple test fragments. Okay. So I can create module controllers. So I can control what to execute, what not to execute. Okay. Okay. Do this. I'll take some 10 minutes break. I'll come back after 10 minutes. Okay. So you can take break or you can do this exercise. Okay.
Hi, Mastan.
Yeah. Tell me.
Actually, I got disconnected. So just give me the what exactly is the test fragment?
For now, you understand it is only to save some activity so that
Okay.
I can reuse it in the module controllers. We create
Okay.
functions in the programming, we reuse the functions. We call
Mm-hmm.
the functions. So whatever is there in the test fragment can be called from the module controller. So we can plan now different activities we can plan, and we can create different test fragments. So as the need arises, we can call them and create an activity. So instead of every time creating freshly on some instructions, we imagine login activities, withdrawal activities, logout activities. So we create different test fragments, and we can have these text fragments across different thread groups also. Now I can disable this, but still this is available for me. Okay. For testing purpose, I can have the group. Under that, I am having test fragments. So I can create one module controller. Of course, if I run this, what happens? See, it will not run because I'm not running the thread group. But these module controllers I can have in some other group. So of course, for now you do this exercise. Okay. So if I run this now, it runs. Which is running? Test fragments are not getting executed. These module controllers are getting executed. And we know module controllers, they will get executed in the order. Now I changed the order. So what was earlier Blaze and withdraw amount? Now it reverts. Withdraw amount and Blaze. So now I can call this from other test also. Okay. We will see that. First do this. First add some test fragments. In the test fragments, you add controllers and add your activity samplers, what timers, whatever it is. Then you can create modules, module controllers. As soon as you create a module controller, you will see the fragments. So one test fragment and one test fragment. And one more thing, even if I disable this, and if I am having another group here, see test plan, add one thread group. Inside this, I add one module controller. Now all I can see one thread group, test fragment. So I'm having a test fragment at the test plan level. I'm having test fragment in thread group level. So I can use this. So in the module controller, I can use this withdrawal. So now this module controller runs only this withdrawal. Or if I choose here login, only login will be executed. If I want to execute group, you choose the whole test fragment. You can give different names for these test fragments. And if I run this, because thread groups are, this thread group is disabled. So only this thread group is there. In this, I have chosen to run this test fragment. Let us run this. So what got executed? This got executed. This test fragment got executed. So this is a facility of reusability. So that you can collect the different data by choosing different module controllers. Okay, and you can affect the activity. Okay, do this. I'll have some break and come.
Can somebody tell me login logout कैसे ऐड करना है under module controller?
Friends, I'm back. Okay. There is a facility, you can use it. Understand? The JMeter is a tool. It provides you many features, functionalities, right? This is a development of almost 30 years. Okay, from 1995 to here. So there will be many features. You should not learn from the point of view of the features provided by JMeter. Understand overall, these are the facilities provided by JMeter. You come up with your requirement of activity creation or data collection, and you understand there are samplers, there are controllers, there are timers, pre-processors, post-processors, listeners, assertions, right? So combine these and create the test plan. That is the purpose. So these test fragments can be called from module controllers. That is the thing. Okay. Now, see, we can create like this different test groups. Okay, you can call from here. Okay, this is what. Now we will understand include controller. Now create a new test. Right click, add Z groups. Include controller is if there is a file test plan already which we have created, that can be included here. Say for example, I added one thread group. Right click, add one, include controller. Include controller. Where is this? Yeah. Choose the file name. Okay. I have one module controller, something. Include controller. I have added this. Okay. Now I add one module controller. Now you see this. Sorry. Include controller. I will have from our some JMX file JMeter test. What is there? We call some elements order. Okay, open. So not this, disable, delete. So we have understood how to call a fragment from a test plan. Include controller will help us to include the whole test plan itself. See, I will add another add include controller. I will add another test plan. I can call multiple test plans. Okay, one loop controller. So this is one test plan. Now at this level, I add one listener. Run this. Controllers, they will be executed in the order. So I name this controller as include controller 1. This is include controller 2. So this now executes in this order. And this controller is calling one test plan. This is calling another test plan. Now run. Test plan 3 include controller elements order.jmx file. It should get executed. Let us see why. First, we will see that order controller and see elements order. First, let us see whether that is working or not. Elements order. Run this. Okay. That's all. So file open recent include controller in the thread group, include controller 1 elements order. So this is at the thread group level. Run this. What it should work. So it is getting executed. What? JMeter test JPM elements order dot JMX. Let us see. why it is not getting executed. We'll see. JMeter. You add on your machines. See, you add like this, create some small JMX, okay. Call that JMX file. We will be using this, include controller. Just run this, it is working here. Okay. So try. Just add include control. I will try again. Right click, add threads, thread group, add one include controller, include controller. In this, I browse. I will add this. Open. Listener view results. Try why it is not working. World script it is running.
Mustang, for me, it is giving error. No test fragment was found in the include test plan. So, is it that the test
Might
fragment
be
should be there?
1 minute. 1 minute. Think no need to create a test fragment. For each test plan, I think we have to create, let us see. Yes. So in that test plan, again, like module controller, we need a test fragment only. Okay. Directly, I forgot actually. So like module controller, again, a test plan. The test plan can have a test fragment. So in this, I am having this base dot return value. Okay, we'll do one thing. Create a new one. So which we want to call, open this. So we have elements order. Okay. So in this, insert parent, again we cannot. So I'll create one test fragment. Add test fragment. So I tried to create this as a parent. It is not allowing. See, right click, add. It is not giving me test fragment here. So under this, we will drag. Okay. Now, yes. Open recent. We'll create a new one. Right click, add thread group, add one include controller, right click. So sorry, in this browse. One listener. Now, try, still it didn't got executed. Elements order. So there is a test fragment. Let us push this at the test plan level. Save. Open recent, include one. Elements order. The test fragment also should be at the test plan level. Let us see what helps is. Okay. Let us go to the Apache JMeter. Let us see what he is saying. Include controllers. Include controller. So the include controller is designed to use an external JMX file. To use it, okay, create a test fragment underneath the test plan. This is important. I forgot this, okay. And add any desired samplers. 1 minute. Is my screen shared? I got a message that I am not sharing.
Just now you stopped sharing after the
No,
manual.
after that message, I clicked on it. I got a message that my screen is not shared.
Before that it was visible to me
Yeah,
at
now it's
least.
okay. You are seeing the JMeter
Yes.
help window, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you create, because in this you have to create a test fragment under test plan. For module controller, test fragment can be anywhere. Okay. For convenience, set group can also be added in the external JMX file for debugging purposes. A module controller can be used to reference the test fragment. Okay, will be ignored during the include process. Okay, and just do that. Just create like this. Okay. The test fragment should be at the test plan level for the include controller. See, these are all only the facilities you have to plan how to use it, mainly for reusability purpose. See, with include controller, normally you can have only one test plan in a script. So if you want to include multiple test plans, now you can create multiple JMX files, have test fragment in the under test plan level, and you can have multiple include controllers. See, I can have another include controller, because I cannot have two test plans. But now with this facility, I can add one more test plan. Same for example. So now there are two test plans. See, I run. This is one JMX file. This is another JMX file. Like this. So this is, somebody might have asked, I would like to include multiple test plans. So JMeter long back, they might have given this facility of including. Okay, so module controller and include controller. That's all. Just remember. So when need arises, you can use them. Now we go to other topic, next topic.
Have you resolved this issue? Still, I'm facing the same.
Which one? Same include
Uh,
controller.
yes, yes.
A test, the file, test plan file like JMX file
Uh,
should have test fragment at the test plan level. See, I'm opening. You have to create a test fragment at the test plan level, not inside the here. For this include controller, under test plan, you should have a test fragment. Then only it
So,
works. When you call
mm,
this test fragment by default will be executed.
okay. So the JMX file which we are calling in include controller. So that file should have this test fragment file. Is it mandatory?
Test fragment section.
Yeah.
Test
So
fragment section at the level of test plan. Now I have added 2 test fragments. Let us see. Just to check, I have added one more. Now in this, I have added. Okay. Let us run this. I disable this. Only one controller is there. In that 2 fragments are there. See, one more thing I have found. It is executing only one test fragment. Which test fragment? Let us check. We can have only one test fragment. That's all. See, I'm having 2 test fragments here. Okay. Okay. In this also, I'm having. I do one thing. I enable this. Enable. In this. So there are 2 test fragments. In one test fragment, I am not running request 1, request 2. In another, I am running all request 1, request 2, and also request 3 also enable. I am running all in second fragment. Let us check which fragment will be executed. I have just added what I have added file. Okay, let us check. The first fragment is getting executed. Okay. Now in this, if I add a module controller, I'm just checking. Nothing. So there are some limitations, some combinations. It is slowly becoming complex. So for now, let's just understand that one test fragment should exist. That's all. To use, create a test fragment, not multiple test fragments, underneath the test plan, and add any desired samplers, controllers below it. The file is now ready to be included as part of other test plans. So not multiple. What you have to understand here is you have to call a test plan, but in a file, we can have only one test plan. So if you want to include another test plan into this, then you have to use include controller. So in that JMX file, only one task fragment should exist. Okay, just consolidate your understanding. Okay, these are the facilities you can experiment with this. So we'll move to another topic. We will see now one for each controller, then we will go. Before going for each controller, we will also see CSV dataset config. Okay. You finish this understanding, I'll give on some more time. Just add include controller and also module controller. So with module controller, you can call multiple test fragments under different thread groups. Those thread groups can be disabled. Okay. Now, if you want to call from another file, then you have to use include controller. For that also, we need test fragment. Okay. Okay. Basically, for reusability purpose, you use this module controller and include controller.
Mastan, can you go to module controller once? Hello, Mastan, are you there?
Yes, friends, you are asking something. I was away from the desktop. I got some courier. Yeah, you're asking something?
Uh, the recent one you have created module controller. Can you please go there? I want to see something. So under which you have created, yeah. So how you have created this first sample under test fragment?
Having under third groups one test fragment. Okay. See, test fragment. Okay. And here one test fragment. So
Mhm.
whenever I try to create a module controller, all the test fragment in this file I'll see. I'm having here. So I can choose whichever I want. Only one at a time. So these
First
are there in
simple,
the
second simple, this third simple. How you created this? I was asking this.
under test fragment. I have added normally like other controllers. First simple is there. Second simple like this.
Okay, these are simple controllers.
Simple controllers. Any controller. It can be any controller. Under test fragment, it can be any controller. And these test fragments will be visible here. Test fragment 1, test fragment 2, see test fragment 1, this test fragment 1 is inside thread group. This test fragment 2 is at the test plan level. So all the test fragments in this file will be available for all the module controllers you will add. So these can be disabled so that they will not get executed. This is only for reusable purpose. So you can create another thread group and you can add inside that. So in this I have added first sample. In this I have added whole test fragment like this. Basically reusability and organizing the reusable activities.
Thank you.
Yeah, same include controller also is the same, but that includes the JMX file, another file. Here in the module controller, from the same file, test fragments. From the test fragments, we choose whatever we want to execute. So we can create multiple module controllers choosing controllers from test fragments in the same file. But in the include controller, whole test fragment of the JMX file will be executed. Okay. Okay. Any more questions here? Okay. Now, in the previous classes, we have seen in the test plan, there is user defined variables. So I'll add one cust name Venkat. Add cust city, say Pune. And how we access this? This variables can be accessed using $ or wheres.get. So add one thread group, add one simple controller, add one sampler, JSR, log info, log.info. Okay. Customer name is okay, $ cust name. And city is where city is place. I'm using both. Cust city. So if I use $sign and curly braces only, I can, that is a parameter that I can embed inside a string. If I use var.get, it's a variable I have to use using the plus sign to concatenate. Okay. Now I run this. And these variables which are at the test plan are available. Okay. So clear and run. Customer name is Venkat and city is Pune. Do this up to here simply. Of course, you have used in the earlier sessions the variables. Now we have to learn how to use these variables using an external file. Okay. So at different levels, we can have some parameters. After some time, we will be learning regular expressions where it fetches the data from a response and save it into a variable. We can access it. Using test plan level variable declarations, we can use it in any thread group and any sampler. Okay, see, these can be used here also. I will add in one HTTP request. Okay, and this HTTP request name, I will say dollar curly brace first name. Okay, see here www.blazedemo.com slash dollar first. Of course, they don't work, but still. See, I can use it anywhere. First name, I'll run this. I will add one viewer, listener, run this. See, HTTP request Venkat. What is the request we have sent? Pune. See how I have added? Wherever you want in these fields, you can add using $sign. If you are using any programming language, there you can access this using wheres.get and you can change it using put, wheres.put. Do this. Understand? I am having declared a variables here. I am using anywhere like this, anywhere like this. Try.
Can you open that JSR sampler?
I just
Okay.
demonstrated. I can embed this inside a string using dollar curly brace, and I also can access that as a using the vars class. You can see here we will be learning these things slowly. CTX, vars, props, these are all predefined variables of some classes, Java classes. So vars dot object, this variable provides me with get method, put method, some methods. And variable name is passed as a string. Done? You can use it anywhere in any of the fields which you see there. See how I have added here. See, I have added simply without any plus or just included. This is a string. I have just included here. These are all strings. So the same way, like I am embedding dollar cust name inside a string, I have added here. All these are strings. So I just included here. See, I just included. Now we have learned other facility of user defined variables. But at the test plan I am having, I can have multiple user defined config elements. See, add config element, user defined variables. So different types of data at different hierarchical levels. If I add now in this, that will be available to the whole test plan. Add G name, global name I can say, okay, George. GCT. Okay, some Berlin. Finish. Now I can add here log.info. Okay. Global name from UDV, user defined variables at test plan level. Dollar curly brace G name. Okay. We also could have added plus and global city is, just to demonstrate, there is no reason why I am doing like this, equal to plus vars dot get G city. Okay, that's all. Run. So customer name, this global name from UDV test plan is George and it is Berlin. So now like this, I can have multiple UDV files at different levels. Local name, location, local city, now. So this is at this level, config element. Okay. I will add one more simple controller. I think you are following. Because you understood, I'm just going quickly. I add one sampler here. Now I try to access log.info. Local UDV variable L name dollar curly brace name. Run this. So say now we have access real name, which is defined here. Okay. 1 minute. User defined variables. So all config elements, they will be executed and those variables are available. Okay. So this, even though this is in another simple controller, this variable I am accessing from another simple controller. I can access from here, I can access from here. Okay. If I make this locally to this sampler, let us see what happens. This is local to this sampler. Okay. Now I am running. Still it 1 minute. That is not the problem here. That is because I will remove this. Okay. I'll remove this. Where this in? Still it is available. Okay. So this config element is executed in all the config elements will be executed in the beginning. So that is available for all. But that should not be the case. Let us see once again why it is working like this. Go to the config element, user defined variables. Lets you define an initial set of variables, just as in the test plan. That's all. This will explain us, like in the test plan we define the variables. This will help us set of variables. We can do this at the note that all the UDV elements test plan, no matter where they are processed at the start. This is what I'm telling you. Okay, note this point. No matter where they are processed at the start. Okay, so we will discuss about post processors later. So slowly, because many facilities are there, all are related, we can use it in many combinations. There is always a chance that initially your understanding will be confused. So for now you understand user defined variables, because this is a config element. Why I'm stressing here is, I explained you here in the PPT that config elements will be executed in the context of a sample, right? So I told you that like this. For every sampler, config elements will be executed, preprocessors will be executed, timers will be executed. But there is a deviation here. This is not getting executed in the sampler, this UDV, user defined variables. They are getting executed in the beginning itself. Like almost like we declared variables at the test plan level, we are having these UDVs. So you may question what is the use? Just to group the variables, that's all. I can disable it, I can enable it. That is the only facility I see here, right? Some UDV variables I can disable, I can enable, which I cannot do at the test plan level. For that facility we are having, but there is no functionality. If I define user defined variables in at the sampler level or at the controller level or at the test plan level. Make a note of this. Okay. Because in the beginning of the class, I told you config elements will be executed in the beginning for each sampler. But here it is not like that. All UDVs are executed in the beginning. Okay. Now we have seen Test plan level variables, we have seen user defined variables. Now we will see how to use variables from an external file. It is a CSV, it should be a CSV file, normal text file without any format of Word document or others. So basically a comma separated value file. Okay. So we will see that. We will create a CSV.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you
please.
go to your HTTP request customer name?
Which one? This one, no?
Yeah. Just expand it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. In the path you have given this cust city. That's what I was doing
Wherever you
wrong.
want dollar curly brace the variable.
Actually, I didn't get that, like how what you said about the UDV, it will get executed. So the execution, I'm a bit confused.
No,
Sequence
see,
of executions in
in
UDV
the,
1,
in
2.
the first hour, when we are discussing the order of execution, I told you that config elements will be executed in the beginning in the context of a sampler, right? But UDVs will be executed wherever they are. They will be executed in the beginning of the test plan. That is equivalent to test plan's variable declaration. You have UDV here, UDV here. All will be executed once. We will expect that this will be available only for this. It is not like that. That is what the documentation says, and it's behaving also. It's in the same way. User defined variables element lets you define an initial set of variables, just as in the test plan. And note that all UDV elements in a test plan, no matter where they are processed at the start. This is newly added in the document. Earlier,
Okay.
this behavior was very confusing.
Okay. This is just like at the test plan, if we
That's
define
all.
them, we cannot
That's all.
disable them. And UDV, if we define, we can disable that anytime.
Disable them if you want. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, and the variables can be used anywhere using dollar curly brace. Now we go with the other. Right click, thread group, add. Same in the config element. You have CSV dataset config. So if you have an external CSV file, you have to specify the file name here. If any encodings are there, you have to specify here. Okay. Default is UTF-8, I think. And what are the variable names? Comma delimited. Okay. So if the first line in the file are column names, so only use if variable names is not empty here. So we can make it false. Means first line we will not use. From the second line we will use. What is the delimiter? Of course, the name itself is a comma separated, but still you can use other delimiters. Okay. If the data is in quotes, you can use it. Make it true or false. You can use this data for each thread. You can configure differently. If you reach to the end of the file, what to do? To go to the beginning and repeat. So that is true. Recycle on end of file. Stop thread. If any thread found that in this file it has reached to the end of file, what to do? You can stop the thread or you can continue. I'm false. I'm not stopping the thread. And this file can be shared by all the threads or individual threads. You can remove. Current thread group, all threads, current thread only, like this. Means for every thread we will give a copy of the CSV file. So we create one CSV file. Okay. somewhere I created cities from to, this is the file. For example, open this. You can create like this. This is a variable from city to city. So these two are the first row can be used as column names, and the data is separated is comma. So create a file like this first and save it with extension CSV. Okay, extension CSV. How to do that? While saving, you know that, I think you, while saving, put this as .csv file. .csv file. Put this in quotes or choose all files. Put this in double quotes and choose whatever you want, or CSV, choose all files like this. Save. Okay, like this you do it. Save it with extension .csv. Then browse. Okay. Use this cities from to CSV file. Open. Okay. Now they will be available. So what are the variable names? You can specify the variable names or ignore the first line. Only use if variable names is not empty. Okay. So ignore the first line. Show. Okay. Now I just create one logic controller. In this, let us add one JSR 232 sampler, 223 sampler. Here I will type log.info from city is where's dot get from city. From city is Paris. Okay, just do this. So first you declare, create a file, save it as .csv, and the format should be like this, comma separated. Edit. Do this and configure like this and execute. See, variable names I have not specified. I will do in another exercise how to specify this. For now, I have added variable names here only. Okay. So I have chosen this ignore first line when variable names are specified. Ignore first line only used if variable names is not empty. Here variable names is not empty. So I made this ignore this one, and delimiter is comma. allow quoted data. I'm not using quoted data. It will throw the, if I have something two city in double quotes, somewhere I have to pass it as a string, then I can use allow double quotes. Recycle, we will see these things. Okay, important element. Understand, do it, then only you will understand. Don't listen. So create a CSV and save it as a CSV file with extension .csv. Declare variable names in the first row. Add data. So configure the CSV. This is the thread group level. Okay, friends, you are able to do printing. I will create another file. I will add only this data. Okay. I will not add column names. Save as. cities without call names dot CSV. I'll put this in double quotes. So this will be saved with this format, save. Okay. Now, same, I will not disturb this file. I'll use another file. Okay. CSV example 3. CSV example 3 without call names. So right click, add one thread group, add one CSV config, then browse, then cities without call names. Now ignore first line, true. Okay. So here variable names I'll write as only from where to city where, from city where. I am giving different variables. I can use any variables now. From city where. So first column data will be assigned to this variable. Second column data will be assigned to this variable. So a first line, ignore first line, I made it as true. Only if variable names are not empty. Okay. So this time I will not ignore, right? First false. Ignore first, and because I have data in this, okay? I have not declared variables there, and the data is separated by comma. Okay. Now I add one simple controller. In this, let us add one JSR 223 sampler log.info from city name is where.get. What is the name from city where? Okay, run this. So my own variable. If you ignore this and make it true, then it will take the variable names from there. So if you want to give different variable names, so you have to ignore the first line false. You should not ignore. Okay, that is data for me, so I'm not ignoring. That is false. So I have given my names variables. Okay, do this. Both you have to execute. Now we run this for multiple threads and see when data is not sufficient, what happens. Friends, you're able to do
Yes.
both with column names, without column names. Now, you increase the threads, what happens, you see? I will increase this to 6. Okay. Now, what is the file I'm using without CSV names? Okay, cancel. Just open and see. Edit. How many rows are there? 4 rows are there. Okay, 4 rows. Now, how many threads are there? 6. Means 6 users are there. So this file will be given to 6 users that you have to configure. How? Sure, what is the sharing mode? All threads are current thread group only or current thread only. Now I am using all threads, means if there is another group also, they also will share with this. This file copy will be given to all. Now there are in this group 6 threads. There are 4 rows. So if they reach to the end of the file, what we have to do? Recycle. That is true setting here. Let us run this and see. But one more thing. City name for, we'll give thread dollar curly brace underscore underscore thread number. There is a function which returns the thread number. We can get the thread group also. We'll see these things next in the next class. So I run this. See, for I run this again. See, thread 1 Paris, thread 2 Boston, thread 3 Mexico City, thread 4 Portland, thread 5 again Paris, Boston. It is going like this. Okay. Now come back here. If I make this false, means I don't recycle it. End of the file. If it reaches to the end of the rows, I will not recycle. City name, from city name for thread 5 is end of the file, end of the file. Do this. Understand? So now you have to understand how the JMeter is providing you the features, functionalities. You have to make use of it for your requirements. JMeter will not define how you have to use for your requirement. JMeter is providing you with the facilities. One facility of variables at the test plan level, another is at the using user defined variables. Now CSV files, user variables are there, user parameters are there. So these are all the facilities. So your requirement should define where and when to use this. These are config elements. Now you can have multiple CSV files. So we'll see.
Recycle on EOF means I didn't get it.
See, in a file, there are some rows. If we need more number of rows, for example, my requirement is 10 values, but if I am having only 7 values there, so after 7 values, I will reach to the end of the file. So when we reach to the end of the file, what to do? Can I take from the first row or I have to end it? That is the meaning of that. See here. Okay, I'll explain you. Wait. There is a file. I am having data. First row, second row, third row, fourth row, like this, fifth row. Okay. So like this, I'm having data. Fifth row. Okay. This is end of file. This is the last row. Now, user 1, user 2, user 3. This is one group. There is another thread group. In this again, we are having user 1 of group 2. Here user 2 of group 2. User 3 of group 2. I can have user 4. Now, this is our test plan. At the test plan level, this is the CSV config element. And I'm having many configurations here. I can configure. If I choose recycle on end of file. So how many rows are there? 5 rows are there. Now 2 thread groups are there. Now I have chosen another setting is there. How to share? Share mode is all threads. Okay, all threads. Share mode is all threads. What is the meaning of this? How many threads were created? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 threads are created. When we say share for all threads, all users start running parallelly. This first user make a request. So he will be given this value, A. He will get A. This user might be quick. He may ask a value. So this pointer will be incremented to here. A B value will be given to this guy. Like this, whoever comes in queue and they ask, the pointer will be incremented. Now it reaches to the end. Now this guy got C, this guy got D, this guy got E. C, D, E. Now this guy, these 2 guys are not having the values. So once they reach to the end of the file, if I choose recycle on end of the file, So when this guy asks, he will get A. When this guy asks, he will get B. Second time. But if I uncheck this user will not get any value. This user will not get any value. That is the meaning of that. Now, there is another setting, share mode. You try that. I will not explain you. There is other mode, all threads. Thread group. You use this. If I use that, a copy of this file will be given to two groups. The one copy is given to this, another copy will be given to this. Right? A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, these two copies. And these guys will take the values. Again, depends on recycle on end of file. You check this claim yourself. All threads and each thread group. Understand, you should get the imagination. More than understanding JMeter, you have to understand the scenario, thread groups, users. Then users are given a test plan, they are executing it. They are executing it in one hierarchy. There are some config elements, there are some settings. So many combinations, it confuses you. So basics are important. So you have to understand how JMeter is designed, how the settings will affect. All these affect your analysis. So if you don't know these settings, finally you will get some data. You to analyze that data, you should know what are all these settings, how they were made, how many thread groups were running, how they shared the data, how all the settings got executed. All these matters when you do the analysis. Okay, do this as an exercise quickly. You have to understand these settings. There is a CSV file. You can share this CSV file for all threads or for the thread group or for each user you can give. We'll do that exercise next. So you are printing thread number, right? Thread number, small t, camel case. Huh? Like JavaScript, underscore, JavaScript we used. Same, thread number. You can see such functions in the functional reference. There is a thread group name. See. Sampler name, machine IP, machine name. So thread group number. thread group name. You can use this thread group name. Use this function. Okay. Thread. We have already used thread number. Direct function is there. We will see it in the next class how to use the context. That is a different thing. So thread group name. Now, imagine I will add this one more time. Add, copy, and add. This is sampler 2. So I am referring from city where 2 times I'll print. Okay. So with this, what you have understood, this pointer is incrementing for a request by the user thread. Same user, if he is using that variable multiple times, he is given the same value. That is the meaning of this. From thread 1, this guy has requested for 2 times for the value same variable. He has got the same value. See, thread number from city where. Okay. Now we will change the configuration. Okay. Now I will create another thread group. Add another thread group. This is thread group 2. This is thread group 1. Thread group 2. Okay. Now in this I add one loss simple controller, add one sampler. Okay. In this I add log.info. Okay. From city name for thread group dollar curly brace thread group name. Okay. Thread group name and thread, sorry, underscore means it is considering as some other thing. Okay. Thread number dollar curly brace thread number. Okay. Is equal to plus vars dot get what is name from CityWare. Okay. Okay, let it be. Now run this. Thread numbers, thread group 1, thread group 2. Where is thread group 2 now for us? 1, thread number 1, thread number 1, thread number 1. Okay. And this is for all threads. Okay. Thread group 2 here. Okay. Is null. Why null? From city name for thread group 2, thread group number 1 is null. Might be something wrong. Curly brace equal to where's dot get from city where okay. So thread 3 is Mexico. Thread group 2. Okay. It is running only threads. I will increase this to 4 threads now because this was set to 6 threads. So 1. And I will not end once I reach the end of the file, recycle on end of the file. So these guys will get the values. Thread group 1, thread group 2, thread group 1, thread number, thread group 2. Why thread group 2 is getting null? Current thread group, I'll do this. All threads, some mistake somewhere we are doing. We are not stopping the thread. This one from CityWare to CityWare. So I'm having number of threads 4. Okay. So slowly it becomes like your imagination should be clear. So I wanted my intention. I'm going by my objective. I want to run. I want to give this variable to this 2. What is the mistake? You can see easily. This is now local to this thread group. So for this thread group 2, this is not visible. So I will make this at the test level, test plan. Okay, that is the reason, because don't go by this. I wanted like that. I wanted to give to all threads. I want to share this file with all the users in both the groups. But it was in the thread group 1, so it is not visible to thread group 2, so there was null here. Okay, I will run this now. Okay. Now you can see the values. Understand this. First, you have to understand what you want. You have to try to achieve what you want only. You should not tell J meter will not work like this. J meter will not work for anything. It will only provide you with the functionalities. You have to make use for your requirement. You should never tell that J meter will not work. Of course, it may have limitations, but you always have to find the workarounds. So first you have to be clear with what you want. And you have to achieve that only with this. You should not change your requirements with the limitations of J meter. Okay. Good. Yeah, understand and do this, complete this exercise. So you can have CSV file at different hierarchy levels. You can have a CSV file at thread group 1 only, thread group 2 only, commonly. I think we can have at the controller level also. See, I can have at the controller level. Also, I can have at the sampler level also. But the user-defined variables didn't behave like this. Okay. That is a deviation with the user-defined variables. Now change the setting to current thread group. Means 2 copies will be given. Here we are sharing. You can see here we are sharing. For thread group 1 Paris, then for this guy we got Boston. Thread group 2. Different values. Now if I say current thread group, each thread group will get a copy of this CSV file. So both pointers will be different. So if you, now what happens if I give like this, for this group's users, one pointer will be there. For this group's user, a separate pointer will be there. Earlier, for this and this common pointer. I think you are understanding. When I say for each thread group different files, means all these users will have a different tracker. These groups users will have a different tracker. So see this. And you think how to really see, like here I got different Boston, both got same. Okay. Right. If you give random timers, this will change actually. uniform random timer with 300 milliseconds offset. Random delay maximum 100 means 0 to 100, one random value will come. To that I add one 300. Okay. All will execute in different timings. Now you can see different values. Now you can see different values. Because earlier all were getting executed at the same time. Now I changed it. I have given the delays. Means all are executing in different timings. All threads are getting different random delays. So they are requesting for the value in different timings. That is the meaning of this. We are requesting. So it is like this. See, some guy is holding these values, right? This one file. One guy is there, another guy is there, who is in charge of these variables. Okay, who is in charge of these variables. So what happens? These users, they have to make a request to this guy. These users, they have to make a request to this guy. If I make different copies for two thread groups, two guys will be having control. So whenever a user asks a value, he will pick the value in sequence and give. When he reaches to the end of the file, what to do, we can configure. But if you, for both groups, if I assign this to one guy only, for both users requests, these guy will receive the request from these users in sequence. So this user may ask a value. This user may ask the value. So A will go to this group user, B will go to this group user, C will go to another user, like this. So now I have introduced the randomness. So these users earlier, they appeared as if they are going in sequence, but the time delay was not there. It appeared like that. But now I introduced random delays. This guy is executing in different timing. This guy is executing different timing. This guy is executing different timings. So you can see. Do this. I'm moving from this topic. We are lagging behind. Module for each we have not. Post processors, regular expressions. We are lagging behind two more topics. Okay, no problem. Yes. Okay. Okay. There are other settings, so you can give some trial on this. Okay. Current thread means each user will be given the file. If I say current thread, and if I run multiple loops, five, and here 5, some 4. Now each user will be given the file. In every loop, he will take a new value. When he reaches to the end, he will do according to the end of file setting. Okay. You should be able to observe, read it carefully. So each user will get different values. See, this many files were open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Why 10? Here 4, 5. Now 9 should be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why 10? So here 4. Sorry. Here 6. Here 4. Correct only. So 10, I'm counting the loops, not loop. Okay. So how many? 6 plus 4, 10. Correct only. For every thread, one file is opened. If I remove this and make this 2 groups, thread group, 2 files will be open. You can see. See, 2 files. Check this. This log will give you almost all information, but you should have patience to go through this. But to analyze, always you should be eager and you should have interest to look into the data. Normally, we feel bored to look into the log files. So most of the data information you will get from the log files only. Okay. So if you want to become an analyst, or if you are planning to use tools like this, you develop some curiosity in looking into the log files. All right. Okay. I think you understood CSV, a data set config. Okay. Now we go to the next topic. We see for each tomorrow. It slightly confuses you. Freshly we will see. So we will see post processors now. And there are many post processors. In that one regular expression extractor is there. There are many extractors. We will see. See here. Oh, when I add, right click, add post processors. Post to what? After request is executed. When we execute a request, any type of request, we get a response. If we execute a HTTP request, we get a text response. Okay. So I can use a regular expression extractor, boundary extractor, CSS selector extractor, XPath extractor, right? See, these many extractors are there. If my request is to API, I may get a response in the format of JSON, or if it is a SOAP API, I may get in the XML. So I can extract the responses. So why we have to do this? So we have understood our client process, right? Makes the requests. Any request, HTTP protocol, JDBC requests, some other SAP requests, CBEL requests, right? Anything, many types of requests are there. Okay. So we are learning JMeter from HTTP point of view. It can be many requests can be there. And every technology, these are different technologies. So it will have a protocol, all these things we discussed. So when we send a request, it will go through the web and it will hit some server. And this may again communicate with different databases or any servers, right? It will process a response. So request will be in some format. If it is HTTP, this is in text format only, in the URL, mostly URL format, URL text format, encoded format. Why encoded? All should be in the text only. Okay, HTTP, we use HTTP protocol. Now response. So we get the response we have understood in the text format, of course, in the HTML. So we have understood what is text, right? What is text? So all capital ABCDs, small ABCDs, 0 to 9, equal to, minus, less than, this, all these are text. Now, if you want to match any text, we have some special characters. We have some special characters called regular expressions. So for example, this is the text. This is a JMeter tool session for Momentif. Okay, that's all. Dot. Now, this is the text. If I want to match tool, how, if I say like, what this says, this is the dynamic value. Sometimes tool may come, sometimes JMeter software may come, sometimes JMeter performance tool may come, something like this. This may change, but I want to take this into variable. So what I can do, this can be a big document. So in this document, I would like to search, say this is a regular expression. Say JMeter dot star session. So now regular expression searches for JMeter something, JMeter session. And whatever comes between, if it finds JMeter, from here after that, it will go on taking the data till it finds the session word. JMeter session. It will search for these two words, and between this, whatever data